Chapter 256. Whoosh, a gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around, their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fang and Bai's gazes landed on Jia Long and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now, they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including O Yanggong and O Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 Gu masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 Gu masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These Gu masters came from various clans, and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment, Jia Long, Chen Shuangjin and the others looked at Fang and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations, the rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly, and he had not communicated with Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan believed that with Shang Xinci's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Shang Xinci introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names He Tu and Bai Yun. Shang Xinci smiled faintly. The 2 lords had a secret family mission and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence. Since they were hidden elders, even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Shang Xinci's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course, although this statement was reasonable, it was only Shang Xinci's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fang and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore, there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Hence, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jia Long suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous, their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today, they will be executed on the spot. It can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jia Long for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fang and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide, as expected of our southern border's first-rate clan. I am Lei Gongqing of Lei clan. To be able to meet the 2 of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the 2 of you were able to get rid of evil for the people. The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice. And the O clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O clan, there were only 3 left, who cared about their unsightly expressions. O Yanggong was dead anyway. Without a rank 3 Gu master, who would dare to step forward? Who could step forward? You scoundrels, why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters? One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted. We greet Lord Hei Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fong and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter. Jiao Long approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. The former looked at Shang Xinci, who was walking over, and inquired, Xinci, what do you think? Seeing this, Jiao Long immediately raised Shang Xinci's level by a level in his heart. Shang Xinci slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, I am tired, let the leaders discuss. Fong Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart. It was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, Our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free, we have no interest in these things, so we will not participate. This. Jiao Long hesitated and wanted to persuade him again, but Shang Xinci had already turned around. Fong and Bai did not give Jiao Long a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. Everyone disperse, go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp? 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. This is a good thing. Also, O clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jiao Long took charge of the situation. O clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jiao Long slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, 2 Gu masters suddenly appeared, what do you all think? Humph, these are 2 madmen, openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder, that is Zhang clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members. That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jiao Long nodded, everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation, we are all outer sect members, we are clear of it, how could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome, they are both ranked 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These 2 don't look old, but they are already ranked 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. He, everyone, there are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said. The key is, how can we make use of them? Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jiao Long sighed. Humph, don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them. A vice leader snorted in displeasure. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Demonic path Gu masters have always been unruly, arrogant and extreme, just relying on external pressure is not enough, we need to attack from both sides. Oh? I wonder what suggestion Brother Gong's son has. Actually, this suggestion is very simple, I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the 2 of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jiao Long looked around and suddenly said, this suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, demonic path Gu masters do not have the support of their clans, their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses, did you forget O clan? These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan. And O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan. There was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. Uncle, I have an important matter to report to you. Chen Xian had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Chen clan's vice leader Chen Shuangquan. Chen Shuangquan grabbed his hand. I know what you want to say, this is not the place to talk, let's go. The two returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chen Xian said, Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Zhang Zhu was killed? Chen Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Zhang Zhu was killed by a bone spear. And today, He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives, they are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them, and kill the danger ahead of time. Chen Xian said excitedly. Chen Shuangquan slowly shook his head, and sighed. Chen Xian was puzzled. Uncle, you don't agree? It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Zhang Zhu, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back. Humph, evidence. We have witnesses, but what about material evidence? Chen Shuangquan sneered, even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now, they killed the O clan's father and son, you saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans, our hearts are not united, how can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous, I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider. Chen Xian became more afraid as he spoke. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you. Maybe they already know, maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. Why? Because you're nothing to worry about. Chen Xian, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything. Chen Shuangquan sighed. Chapter 257. The sky was dark and gloomy, the clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability. But there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Zhang Xian's CI was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leaders still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Zhang Xian's CI sighed in her heart. Previously, when Zhang Zhu was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now, they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those Gu masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Zhang Xian's CI looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Fang and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Fang and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. He, it seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were walking side by side, and after sensing Shang Xinc's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai. Shang Xinc's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Fang Yuan. This reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village, and were influenced by the righteous path. When Fang and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept two demonic cultivators. Fang Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next. After a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xian. This young Gu master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Zhang Zhu. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a Gu master's cultivation was not high, if they had 1 or 2 special Gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew. But no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out. Seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear, if not for O Fei. Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked. He would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jia Long was a very good chess piece. He was Jia Fu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jia Fu's token at Gyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jia Long's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad, when he killed Zhang Zhu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Shang Xinci to realize the truth, and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Shang Xinci. She was only a mortal now, killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Zhang Zhu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst, at least Shang Xinci was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Shang Xinci was still young, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile-elephant group is ahead. A crocodile-elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert! At this time, the investigative Gu master ahead flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right, everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Gu masters gave the wisest order, the caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Fei Ho Mountain, perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now, they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Shang Xinci and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble, the crocodile-elephant group rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fong Yuan brought Shang Xinci and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest, but there were many crocodile elephants, and they still encountered one. The crocodile elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather-flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Ah! Seeing this crocodile elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Shang Xinci's face was also pale. "Don't worry." Fong Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Fong Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out, and it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile elephant, and not a 100-beast king. Fong Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Zhang Zhu did not have great strength, and was a healing Gu master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Fong Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile-elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a Gu master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later, they left Xiangye mountain boundary, and set off towards Mubei mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron crown deer groups and so on. Because Fong and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Shang Xinci became much closer to Fong Yuan, and when they conversed, they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings. Because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Fong Yuan was ugly, in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Mubei mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Mubei mountain was not called Mubei mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path Gu master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a Gu master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence, he obtained the inheritance of the demon zombie king. After enduring for close to 100 years, with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses, and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone, his wife's name was carved. This matter shook southern border. From then on, this mountain was called Mubei Mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain, they killed wild beasts or passers-by, sucking their blood for food. And their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Mubei Mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited, and southern border had many mountains, the journey was dangerous, and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high, but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Mubei Mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net, after a period of time, would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Mubei Mountain. The starry sky was bright, and Fang Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Mubei Mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe, these people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Chen Xian was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know, and who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Fang Yuan had no idea. But Fang Yuan did not want to find out. Because in his plan, if Chen Xian died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Chapter 258. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a laborer. But when they passed Mubei Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wit's end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic goo master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare goo in the cave that raised his aptitude to B-grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the third transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic goo master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming southern border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards, such as how many white-hair zombies, how many black-hair zombies, and how many green-hair zombies. But if there was a blue-hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mubei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant and could only observe the world of goo masters from the sidelines, thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The Second Zombie King was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the two tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase, and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time, he was finally close to success. And the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave, struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, a dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill! Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative Goo Master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery. The Goo Masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 Goo Masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative Goo Master's vision. The Goo Masters looked at each other and laughed. A white hair zombie. TSK, making a fuss over nothing, you scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of Goo Masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young Goo Master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a goo to decipher it. The healing Goo Master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young Goo Master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other Goo Masters to heal him, at least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombie's attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mu Bei Mountain, the young Goo Master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine, ugh. The young Goo Master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 Goo Masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young Goo Master was alerted by this voice and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. Quick, send the signal. There are zombies. He shouted with a panicked expression. It's just a white hair zombie, what's there to be afraid of, fuck me. The 4 Goo Masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white-hair zombies, there were even stronger black-hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning and there were many shadows in the darkness, no one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang clang clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, everyone get up and defend. Jia Long and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which god did the traveling merchants offend this time? Their luck is so bad. I have been to Mu Bei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent, Only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the two sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The Goo Masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp, icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white-hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes and crushed into meat paste. Kill, kill, kill. He he he. Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice, he had accumulated these years of experience. These white-hair zombies were cannon fodder, their purpose was to waste the Goo Master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the Goo Master's attacks became sparse and weak. I can't go on, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it, why are these white-hair zombies endless? There were too few Goo Masters in the caravan, and the white-hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden walls suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. Damn it, hold on, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us. Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in, while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white-hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. It's your turn, my babies. He willed and a group of black-hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White-hair zombies moved slowly, they would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black-hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair, they had greater strength, stronger defense, and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white-hair zombies. The black-hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black-hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50, they gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense, and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them. But there were still several black-hair zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 Goo Master flying. The Goo Master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black-hair zombie jumped and pounced towards him. My life is over. The Goo Master closed his eyes in despair, when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black-hair zombie, it was lying far away. It's that Lord He Tu from Zhang clan. The Goo Master's heart shook. Howl! That black-hair zombie's chest caved in from Fong Yuan's punch, but it did not die, instead it jumped up and charged towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor, he slightly frowned, and when it got close, he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black-hair zombie was immediately torn into two halves by Fong Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Fong Yuan casually threw away the two halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad Beast King level blue-hair zombie would die. Thank you Lord He Tu for saving my life. The saved Goo Master was completely intimidated by Fong Yuan's imposing manner, he shouted in admiration and admiration. Fong Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 259. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the Goo Masters. Seeing this, Fong Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white-hair zombie died, the black-hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind. And the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Fong Yuan remembered, after Second Zombie King slaughtered the clans of Mu Bei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became Second Zombie King's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of Second Zombie King. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You saved me a lot of effort. Fong Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Shang Xinci, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Fong Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other goo worms that can observe the camp from a bird's eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Fong Yuan lost the Earth communication ear grass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the goo masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step, and soon reached the center of the camp. Here, in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 goo masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, we can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Break out? How? There are at least dozens of black hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything, the zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into two factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The two sides were still arguing, and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Fong Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing." The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes, he had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially at this moment of life and death, Fong Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Fong Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The goo masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those goo masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord He too is wise. Lord He too, we will follow you. At this time, only Lord He too can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Fong Yuan and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Fong Yuan sneered and scolded again, "All of you shut up. Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots." The goo masters who were praising Fong Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. "Sir He too, what do you mean?" Jiao Long's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. Whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early, but you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies, aren't you courting death? Fong Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Chen Shuangquan asked darkly, "Then, sir, do you have any good suggestions?" Fong Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Chen Shuangquan, "So you fools, Your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course we have to break out, we have to first try to break out. Investigative Goo Masters, put in more effort. Chen Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Fang Yuan. A ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Fang Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied, but at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. Break out in that direction. Fang Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly. Yes, Lord He too. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority, survival is the priority, if you can't do it, then retreat. Fang Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed, his impression of Fang Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense, and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. Too terrifying, I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there. The investigative Goo Master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction. Fang Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative Goo Master's face was pale. Fang Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, go in that direction. But that direction is a valley. The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fang Yuan slapped him. Just go when I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? The team leader was stunned by this slap, he did not dare to meet Fang Yuan's furious and fierce gaze, quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Fang Yuan pointed. Fang Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now, only that high slope is left. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned, but soon relaxed. Hehe, if it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me. He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout teams suffered heavy casualties. Enough, if we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sigh, it seems we can only defend to the death, everyone persevere until sunrise, these zombies are made of paper. Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time, I will personally lead the team, by Yun Yu guard. Fang Yuan cursed, and forcefully tried to break out. The Goo Masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 Goo Masters suddenly rushed out, with Fang Yuan leading the way, his huge strength combined with snow-silver primeval essence, as well as the sky canopy goo, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Fang Yuan would choose this place to break out. Because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions, the zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 Goo Masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Fang Yuan and the other 2 Goo Masters had survived. We are saved, quick, let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth, and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Fang Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white hair zombies. There were also 5 black hair zombies, and they pounced towards Fong Yuan and the other two. The other two were instantly terrified. "Follow me!" Fong Yuan shouted coldly, and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The two panicked people had no time to think and subconsciously followed. "Humph, you didn't choose any other direction, but ran towards me. He, it seems even the heavens want you to die." Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the two zombies beside him. These two zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green hair zombies, stronger than black hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these two zombies. "Go!" he willed, and the two green hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later, they collided with Fong Yuan and the other two. Fong Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of two boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those two Gu masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie and were already in a precarious situation. "Let me!" He activated the jumping grass, and with a leap, he joined the battle. The two Gu masters were overjoyed, and were about to thank Fong Yuan for his help, but suddenly, two spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, the two Gu masters were killed. Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle, and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the two green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fong Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. Chapter 260. Ding Hao only felt a clap of thunder in his mind, making him dizzy. Who is this person? He actually found me and knows my name. It's impossible. All these years, I have been careful and never let the cat out of the bag. How could he find me? His mind was in a mess. The two green-haired zombies, as well as the black zombies and white zombies around the camp, were all motionless. The people in the camp did not expect this scene and were stunned. But Ding Hao immediately reacted and hurriedly gathered his mind. The battle in the camp started again. Fong Yuan saw that the two zombies did not continue to rush over. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway, so he shouted, "Ding Hao, if you don't come out, you will regret it." Ding Hao hid in the bushes and mobilized the zombies to surround Fong Yuan. On the other hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Fong Yuan coldly snorted, "Of course it was my master, the second zombie king." "Ah!" Ding Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The words "master" and "second zombie king" were like boulders that suddenly fell into the lake in his heart. With a loud bang, huge waves were set off. He could not help but stand up and walk out of the bushes. He stared at Fong Yuan with shock and doubt in his eyes. "Who are you?" Ding Hao asked eagerly. Fong Yuan coldly snorted and said in a tough tone, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? I am the eldest disciple of the second zombie king. Hey Tuesday Ding Hao, I will count to 3. If you don't remove these two zombies." He. You are the eldest senior brother? Wait a minute, how does master know my name? Ding Hao's heart was full of doubts. But even so, he still called the two zombies back to his side. Fong Yuan's face turned serious and he scolded, "Who is your eldest senior brother? Master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet, why are you shouting?" Ding Hao was scolded and could not refute. Fong Yuan's tone softened, "You talk to yourself in front of the stone tablet all day, how can master not know your name?" "Ah!" Ding Hao suddenly exclaimed. For the past few years, he had been alone, with only zombies as his companions. When he was depressed and in pain, then, he would hide in the last cave and talk to the stone tablet about his worries. He didn't expect that Fong Yuan would expose his privacy. I thought it was an ordinary stone tablet." Ding Hao stammered. "Humph, what level are you at? Of course you can't see the profundities of the stone tablet. How can you see through master's remarkable abilities?" Fong Yuan sneered disdainfully. "In fact, Even if a rank 9 Gu master looked at the stone tablet, they would not be able to see the profundities within. That was just an ordinary stone tablet. But in Fang Yuan's previous life, after Ding Hao had made a name for himself, he recalled his life of struggle and had once said this. Ding Hao licked his lips. Although he believed most of it, he still had some doubts. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, cupping his fists. Lord He Tu, since you are master's disciple, then please show me the unique rigid heart Gu of our inheritance. This was the rigid heart Gu. It was unique to the Zombie King bloodline and was shaped like a heart. It had 7 orifices and was as stiff as stone. It was rank 3 and was as cold as iron, as if made of bronze. The rigid heart Gu could produce the rank 2 driving corpse Gu, similar to the charred thunder bean mother Gu that could produce charred thunder potato Gu. The rank 2 driving corpse Gu was also a consumable Gu. It could be used on corpses and form zombies. But it had an advantage over the charred thunder potato Gu. The zombies it created could grow to a higher level. For example, white hair zombies could grow into black hair zombies, and black hair zombies could become green hair zombies. Fang Yuan had the charred thunder bean mother Gu, but he did not have the rigid heart Gu. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, "Bullshit. I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the Gu with me? This rigid heart Gu feeds on zombies. How can I get zombies under everyone's eyes?" This. Ding Hao was stunned. "What this, you think I can't kill you?" Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow-silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk, he was only rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan continued, "Although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army. But controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you." Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. "But..." Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. "Before leaving, Master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mubei Mountain, and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you, humph. This, eldest senior brother, I didn't do it on purpose." When Ding Hao heard that Fang Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. "Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained master's approval yet." "Humph, you don't doubt me now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, "Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart Gu's food and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity." Fang Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the 2 green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the 2 green hair zombies away. Then, he walked in front of Fang Yuan, bowed, and said in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow Master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty." Fang Yuan softened his tone, "Humph, Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter." "I see." Ding Hao was overjoyed. "But..." Fang Yuan's face darkened, and his tone was cold, "You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose." Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Fang Yuan's words hit the bottom, second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Fong Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot! Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fong Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan did not make any requests. Instead, he asked, tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Fong Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, you're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life, he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later, the second zombie king joined Tian Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Tian Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Fong Yuan's words. He looked at Fong Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Fong Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank 4 goo master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or 2, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Fong Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother. Fong Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mubei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Fong Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Fong Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and he quickly said, eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it. Fong Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fong Yuan safely returned to Shang Xinc's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Fong Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Fong Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor. Shang Xinc's face was full of shame and guilt. It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Bai Yun is here too. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai even more moved. Chapter 261. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, Goo Masters sacrificed themselves or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion. Everyone could see, if they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. Don't protect these mortals anymore, they are a burden to us. Jiao Long shouted. Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai turned pale. Don't be afraid, I am here. Fang Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned, only the two of them were left. Jiao Long and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. Let's retreat. Fang Yuan pulled Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Fang Yuan had already retreated with Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, looking at the empty space in front of her. She finally turned around and retreated with Fang Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank 3 Goo Masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Fang and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way, there were many white-hair zombies, but Fang Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Fang Yuan had already seen through this flaw and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all looked the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding Hao to pretend to be strong but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Fang Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, but now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes were also shining. Fang Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them, and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart, a hero who would save the damsel in distress? Xiao Dai had it, and so did Shang Xinci. At this moment, the master and servant looked at Fang Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, in their eyes, this ugliness exuded a cute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the 2 girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him, to rely on him. His acting is too fake, this coward. Fang Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo, and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Fang Yuan's flesh split open, and he was injured. Good, that's it. Fang Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Shang Xinc's trust, how could he let it go? Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed, and immediately left Shang Xinci, and ran towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the Yanggu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male, she could not lose it. Oh my god! Ding Hao saw Fang Yuan injured, and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, eldest senior brother. Ah! Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai cried out together. Fang Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over, and Fang Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see, this guy was deliberately injured, what a bastard. Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie, and rushed back to Shang Xinc's side. How is He Tu? Shang Xinci grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Shang Xinci, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched, she couldn't tell Shang Xinci that Fang Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus, she casually came up with an excuse, he's this kind of person, once he starts charging, he will never stop, unless he falls. Shang Xinc's beautiful eyes flickered, and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Fang Yuan again, the master and servants' hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt, he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Fang Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan brought Shang Xinci and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it. How was your harvest this time? Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder, and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement, the harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 Gu Masters. There are also over a dozen Gu Master corpses, all of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Ha ha ha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies, there will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration, this is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy, your mind is haggard, and your soul has already been injured, you need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak, and it will be harder to command the zombies. Fang Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you eldest senior brother for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years, this was the first time he was so cared for by others, he could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed, and if not for Fang Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par, I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries, go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Fang Yuan smiled. Yes. I have experience in this area, once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. He. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon, little junior brother, I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest, wait for me to return, I will bring you to meet Master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain, beside a Een pond. It is very easy to find, the Een pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed, he quickly replied, eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight, I have a secret mission from my master. Oh no, someone faked his death, there is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook, he quickly turned to look. Chi! The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop! Ding Hao fell to the ground, a thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Fang Yuan's face gradually disappeared, he became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning, the zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses, and began to gnaw and tear. Fang Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire, and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries, and were burned to death one by one. Once Shang Xianci was recognized by the Shang clan leader, she would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was unfortunately caught, and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Fang Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn, compared to Shang Xianci, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous, it was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Fang Yuan brought them with him, Second Zombie King would be able to find Fang Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Fang Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo, and it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mubei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burn to ashes, Fang Yuan slowly turned and left. Chapter 262. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung high, the moonlight was like water. Shang Xianci stood on a rock and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. Brother He too, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? Little Butterfly echoed. How could something happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned against a withered tree, thinking what was this Fang Yuan up to again? Time passed bit by bit, Shang Xianci became increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed tightly. Bai Ningbing also felt something was amiss, it had been at least 15 minutes, did something really happen to Fang Yuan? She did not care about Fang Yuan's life or death. What she cared about was the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands. She could not help but feel a trace of anxiety in her heart. Half of this anxiety came from Fang Yuan's disappearance, while the other half came from the helplessness in Bai Ningbing's heart. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, with the Yanggu in his hands, Bai Ningbing had to hold back in order to deal with Fang Yuan. That is, if Fang Yuan acted shamelessly, she would not be able to find a way to deal with him. After traveling with Fang Yuan, she knew what Fang Yuan's character was like. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting closer to rank 3, the agreed time was approaching, Bai Ningbing became increasingly anxious. Just as the three were discussing on how to rush back to support Fang Yuan, the latter finally appeared on the mountain path. Shang Xianci let out a sigh of relief, but when Fang Yuan walked in front of her, her heart jumped again. Brother He too, you're injured again. Fang Yuan purposely added a few more wounds on his body, he inhaled a breath of cold air. You guys just left and a green-haired zombie came. Luckily I ran fast, let's go quickly, it might be chasing us now. Hearing his words, the other three naturally did not dare to stay for long, they hurried through the night. At this point, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved, he behaved himself along the way. After passing Mu Bei Mountain, they arrived at Twin Generals Mountain. This mountain was a pair of twin peaks, separated by a cliff valley in the middle, facing each other from a distance, giving off a majestic aura. Without the protection of the caravan, it was very difficult for the four of them to walk through the forest. Fortunately, the Blood Tear Mountain was just beyond the Twin Generals Mountain. Blood Tear Mountain had the Zhao family village, and it was no longer a barren mountain. There were signs of human habitation. The most difficult part of the trade route had already been passed, and the danger was greatly reduced. Fang and Bai were wanted by the Bai clan, so they naturally did not go to the Zhao clan. The four of them didn't stop. After passing the Blood Tear Mountain, they passed the Thousand Cavern Mountain, the Giant Mountain, and the Green Algae Mountain. During this period, Fang Yuan's cultivation rose from rank 2 upper stage to peak stage. During the whole journey, they only stopped at a remote village for a short while to resupply. The closer they got to Shangliang Mountain, the wider the mountain path, and the more pedestrians there were. Finally, one day, Shangliang Mountain appeared before their eyes. Phew, is that Shangliang Mountain? Shang Xinci placed her hand on her eyebrows to block the sunlight. She gazed into the distance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Miss, we are finally here. Xiao Dai laughed and shook Shang Xinci's arm excitedly. Bai Ningbing was silent and only watched. When we reach Shangliang Mountain, we will part ways. Miss Shang, I have already repaid your kindness. Fang Yuan said. Ah! Xiao Dai exclaimed. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to say this, and stood on the spot at a loss. Shang Xinci's expression changed. She looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Shang Xinci immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end. Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Shang Xinci pursed her lips tightly, and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. Let's go, this place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate. Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shang Clan City, the closer they would part ways. Shang Xinci's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shang Clan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now, she would rather not reach Shang Clan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shang Clan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Shang Xinci. He nodded and said 2 words. Take care. These 2 simple words caused Shang Xinci's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait. Shang Xinci gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shang Clan City, people were coming and going, it was very lively. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan, the crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart, you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Shang Xinci stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us. Even in Shangliang Mountain, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Shang Xinci had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they are good people. I have decided, I will make a name for myself in Shangclan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am a mortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes. Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Shang Xinci along the way, why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu worms, there are so many people in Shangliang City, don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot, that would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai walk into the city before retracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Shang Xinci entered Shangliang City, Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Shang Xinci joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Shang Xinci's true identity, Shang clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Shang Xinci went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang clan leader. This caused a huge commotion and became an interesting topic. Thus, he had to part ways with Shang Xinci. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed. Because usually, the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here, Shang clan leader was rank 5, but not the highest. Shang clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation. If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Shang Xinci's heart, it would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Shang Xinci again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Shang Xinci was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Shang Xinci had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Shang Xinci's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Shang Xinci would not reject him. But he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang clan's son-in-law, and would be kidnapped to Shang clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased, his every move would be watched by others, his hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity Gu would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity Gu was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear, the bone-flesh unity Gu's terrifying value, even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If spring-autumn cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 Gu masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 Gu masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every Gu master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Shang Xinci, after Shang Xinci confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic Gu master, with an unknown origin. Investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation, and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yan Fei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day, and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end, the blood flames slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yan Fei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yan Fei opened his eyes, his pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 263. Shang Yan Fei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears, there were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. "Oh my God, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse goo worms in Shang clan city." Many people looked at him in bewilderment, only a few recognized Shang Yan Fei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yan Fei did not care about these gazes, following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Shang Xinci. The two girls were standing in front of a stall. "Missy, this hairpin is beautiful." Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall and placed it on Shang Xinci's hair. Shang Xinci forced a smile. After leaving Fang Yuan, she was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly, Shang Xinci sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yan Fei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed red-haired Shang Yan Fei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Shang Xinci was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Shang Xinci saw Shang Yan Fei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. Father. To Shang Xinci, this word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow, and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father. But her mother remained silent. And now, she finally saw her father. So this was the reason mother wanted me to come to Shang clan city before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yan Fei saw Shang Xinci, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar. This child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yan Fei's heart ached, he seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon, the willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang clan young master Shang Yan Fei met a Zhang clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman, love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other, however, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yan Fei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman, he finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus, he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang clan leader. Thus, he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now, he had many sons and daughters. So, he could not find her, because Zhang clan and Shang clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years, he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Shang Xinci, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, surging. Blood was thicker than water, kinship turned into a long river. Shame turned this long river into a sea, instantly drowning and engulfing him. He took a light step forward, disappearing on the spot and appearing in front of Shang Xinci. Xiao Dai cried out in shock, the surrounding people cast shocked and shocked gazes. But the two involved did not sense it. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yanfei tried to speak, his voice was magnetic and filled with warmth. Shang Xinci did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back, tightly pursing her lips as she stared at Shang Yanfei, her gaze showing stubbornness. It was this man who hurt Mother's heart. It was this man who caused me to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who captivated Mother's dreams. Even before she died, she was still thinking about him. It was this man, he is my father. At this moment, her emotions were surging, countless emotions mixed together, forming a violent whirlpool that swallowed her mind. She fainted. "Missy!" Xiao Dai, who was suppressed by Shang Yanfei's aura, suddenly woke up and screamed. But Shang Yanfei was faster than her, pulling Shang Xinci into his embrace. "Who dares to violate the city rules, using goo worms? Do you want to go to jail?" A group of city guards sensed something was amiss, cursing as they rushed over. "Ah, Lord Clan Leader!" Seeing Shang Yanfei, their expressions changed, kneeling on the ground. The entire street was in an uproar. You are actually Shang Clans." Xiao Dai stammered, unable to speak. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm, blood flames flashed, and the three disappeared. "Line up, one by one. To enter Shang Clan City, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. Once inside, do not misuse goo worms, violators will be sent to jail for at least 7 days." The guards stationed outside the city shouted. On the wall of the city gate, there were many wanted posters. Some of the wanted posters were already old and yellowed. They were covered up, and only a corner of them was visible. Some wanted posters were brand new and were casually pasted on the wall. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing followed the crowd, getting closer to the city gate, and indeed found a wanted poster, issued by Bai Clan Village. Bai Clan Village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but snort. "Please stop." The city guard arrived in front of Fang and Bai. The two wore ordinary clothes, looking like commoners. Bai Ningbing pulled down her straw hat. "This is 20 yuan stone." Fang Yuan was not nervous, handing over a money bag. After the guard checked, he immediately gave way. Although the city wall next to him was densely packed with wanted posters, it was convenient to look at and compare them. But he did not even glance at them. Those wanted posters were nothing more than a show. Shang Clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic goo masters would pass under the guards' eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic goo masters robbed would be sold in Shang Clan City. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their goo worms, Shang Clan City was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic goo masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang Clan City's prosperity. Of course, the demonic goo masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang Clan City was a righteous sect, they had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate, and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people, with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street, there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses, or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns, and blacksmiths appeared in front of them. "Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night." A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fong Yuan stared at her, and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening, the middle-aged woman's heart jumped, and did not dare to pester him anymore, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. "Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good, we even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street, that is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best, cheap. Some were ripe peaches, and some were so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother?" The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. "Scram!" She snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. "So it is a female. Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time." The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor, the middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise, even the experienced customers mistook her. Four Seasons Restaurant. An hour later, Fong Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars, the smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Shangclan City. "2 customers, please come in." The waiter was very good at business. Seeing Fong and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day, climbing up the mountain, they were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. "2 customers, please sit here." The waiter led the way. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. "This hall is too noisy, let's go upstairs." The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. "I won't hide it from you, there are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to Gu masters." Fong Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. "I have eyes but failed to recognize him." "Tai, please go upstairs." At the entrance of the stairs, the waiter stopped, and a young and beautiful girl with a sweet appearance immediately walked over, saying in a sweet voice, "2 lords, may I know which floor you want to go to? Our 4 Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. The first floor is for mortals, the second floor is for rank 1 Gu masters, and the third floor is for rank 2 Gu masters, with a 20% discount. The fourth floor is for rank 3 Gu masters, with a 50% discount. The fifth floor is for rank 4 Gu masters, with a free reception." Fong Yuan laughed. "Let's go to the 4th floor." Chapter 264. Steamed lamb, roasted duck, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted intestines, sesame butter rolls, honey yam, shredded fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo slices, scarlet lips, camel hump, deer antler, bear paw, 3 fresh cassava soup, beeswax pork knuckle, 3 fresh shark's fin. After a while, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat in a private room on the 3rd floor. In front of them was a table full of delicious dishes. Fong Yuan took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first ate the steamed bamboo slices, refreshing and invigorating. Then he ate a piece of shredded fresh peach, sweet but not greasy. Then he took the bear paw, tender and tasty. The steamed lamb was also crispy and tender, with some seasoning, the taste was even better. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh cassava soup, her mouth was filled with saliva and the fragrance lingered in her mouth, her appetite was also aroused. "After being with you for so many days, it's rare to see you so generous." While eating, she did not forget to mock Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled and did not reply, he knew Bai Ningbing's suspicions and impatience. He had been close to Shang Xinci, putting in all his effort to protect her. When they reached their destination, they purposely parted. Bai Ningbing could not see through this. And Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. Back then, he and Bai Ningbing had set up a rank 3 agreement, and now they were at the final juncture. But of course Fang Yuan would not keep his promise. In his eyes, honesty was nothing more than a compromise made out of helplessness, or a beautiful disguise, a realistic mask. Fang Yuan was clear about this, and so was Bai Ningbing. So she was impatient. Because she had a premonition that this scoundrel Fang Yuan would definitely break his promise. But she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, she had to act cautiously. Now that there was no pursuit from Bai clan, there was no beast tied, Fang and Bai ate at the same table, seemingly harmonious and warm, but in fact, their relationship was extremely tense. If they took another step forward, they would fall apart. And this step was when Fang Yuan officially advanced to rank 3. Once he advanced to rank 3, there would be no room for negotiation between him and Bai Ningbing, they would have to face each other head-on. How should he deal with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan pondered as he ate. It was impossible for his cultivation to remain stagnant. There would come a day when the conflict would erupt. The current situation was very delicate. Fang Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu, but in fact, Bai Ningbing also had a hold on Fang Yuan's weakness. She had traveled with Fang Yuan and had personally participated in the inheritance of the White Bone Mountain. She had also personally witnessed how Fang Yuan had attracted the beast horde to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared with the potential threat of Ding Hao, Bai Ningbing was undoubtedly much more dangerous to Fang Yuan. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we don't have to worry about Shang Xinci anymore. However, my cultivation wasn't high enough. Perhaps the best time to kill Bai Ningbing would be on the trade route, but at that time, I would still need to borrow her power to ensure my survival. Moreover, Shang Xinci was beside me, so it would not be easy to make a move. Bai Ningbing has always been secretly on guard against me. She also has the protection of ice skin jade bone, so she could not kill me in one strike. Moreover, her battle awareness is outstanding, and after this period of training, she has become even more ruthless. Fang Yuan's mind was churning, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing was also racking her brains. Fang Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Shang clan leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true, he came and left quickly, the entire street was in an uproar. Bullshit. What kind of person is Shang clan leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumors spread, some said it was Shang Yanfei, others denied it. Fang Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Shang Xinci entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing, this was just a small rumor, she did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Fang Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle, it seemed that Shang Xinci's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now, he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale, E-clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment, the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying, it was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale, this was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens, it had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu masters often used whale enslavement gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge, like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous, but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day. Unless it was a large clan, they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only E clan had a flying blue whale. E clan was one of the overlords of southern border, its status was similar to Shang clan, and it had countless connections with Eastern Sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ning Bing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai clan village, the entire Bai clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fong Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were E clan's caravan. But the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. E clan's caravan is here, it seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard E clan brought a rank 5 gu this time, and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. E clan has connections with Eastern Sea, they must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time, it is worth buying. The passers-by's topic had already completely shifted to E clan's caravan. Fong Yuan and Bai Ning Bing continued to walk upwards. Guyua village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain, while Shang clan city almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Shang clan city had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Shang clan city was the center of southern border's trade, it occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Shang clan city, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Shang clan city. Fong Yuan and Bai Ning Bing came to a huge cave. You too want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded. Just to enter, we need 100 yuan stone. Bai Ning Bing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small, this is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Chapter 265. Fong Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with Bai Ning Bing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere, rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere, rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number, after all, to enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fong and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall, with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city, where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the 2 sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street, there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar, with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase, people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city, it was 3-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fong Yuan and Bai Ning Bing walked towards the mountain, this was not their destination yet. At a certain place, there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. Please stop, do you have a token? The guard stopped Fong and Bai. Shang clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. "This is our first time here," Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. "In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each," the guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at Fourth Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang clan, roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus, the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang clan's political power, and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city, where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, but it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass goo. Its name was Moonlight Creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist, and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 Gu Masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a Rank 1 Gu Master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the fifth inner city were still very noisy. But here, it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city, and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter third inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard Gu Master leader was already rank 3. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and finally arrived at third district. This place was different from fourth inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by Gu Masters to refine Gu, and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of third inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets, it was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ningbing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shang clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. The whole of Shang clan city was a three-dimensional mountain. Shang clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shang clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fang Yuan at least knew, Just the cost of building this third inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Guyua villages. At this place, even rank 2 Gu masters were rarely seen. Occasionally, the two would see a Gu master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach second inner city. But to enter second inner city, it was not a matter of Yuan stone, he needed a token issued by Shang clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tong Yu shop. Fang Yuan looked at the signboard, and walked in. This was a shop that sold Gu worms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed, she was actually a rank 1 Gu master. Although Fang and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits, this Gu master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room, with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers, and the chirping of birds. The young Gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea, and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 Gu master, he cupped his fists and asked with a smile. I want to buy and also sell. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed, and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 Gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus, it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest and abdomen, its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist, like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type Gu, similar to the Tusita flower. The difference was, Tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look. The old Gu master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, and could be considered as being lent to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the 2's eyebrows. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tong Yu shop sold tens of thousands of Gu worms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare Gu worms like bookworm and liquor worm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 Gu worms. Every Gu worm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked, rare and precious Gu worms, there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that Gu masters had to have the token issued by Shang clan to have the qualifications to buy these Gu worms. Fang Yuan needed to buy large amounts of Gu worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these Gu worms. The crucial point was not just money. Some of the Gu that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tong Yu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, I have Gu worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear Gu. The old man was not surprised. There were many who came to Tong Yu shop to buy Gu worms, but there were also many who sold goo worms. He held the bone spear goo, and with just a glance, his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear goo before. Of course he had never seen one before. This was Grey-Boned Scholar's unique goo worm. It was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fong Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea. No problem, this is called bone spear goo, it is a goo worm of a clan. I will lend it to you, you will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering, this goo, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised. But its attack is not bad, and it is unique, it is worth this price. Chapter 266. 310. Seeing the old man's figure, Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's market price was 580 yuan stone, bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar goo was also 600 yuan stone. But these goo were all rare rank 1 goo, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 goo was around 250 yuan stone. And a consumable rank 1 goo like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear goo's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tong Yu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fong Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. 1 bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. Alright, let's go with this price. Fong Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fong Yuan was at Baigu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died, and only this much was left. 56 goo, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Fong Yuan smiled, and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo, it seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Fong Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Fong Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fong Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo, there were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo, 7,000 yuan stone. Fong Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones, this number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Fong Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Fong Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Fong Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Fong Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer? Do these gu belong to the same inheritance? Fong Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right, I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these gu worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding gu refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Fong Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, bone spike gu, not only he had them, Bai clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack's secret chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are gu worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But, how much yuan stone can you offer? Fong Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear gu and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers, 200,000 yuan stone. Fong Yuan had sold so many gu worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself. Because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tong Yu shop, with the recipe, it meant that bone spear gu and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point, with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Fong Yuan sneered, 200,000, you dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Fong Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth, 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Fong Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear gu, we can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Fong Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Shang Clan City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, but although there is more than one shop in Shang Clan City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these gu worms. The old man cupped his fists. His tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh? Then I would like to try. Fong Yuan retrieved all his gu worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely, please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Fong Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me. The old man sneered. After Fong and Bai left Tong Yu shop. The moment Fong and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a gu. This gu turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young gu master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shang Clan's young masters, Shang Jibao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth. But he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Fong Yuan's matter. Shang Ji Bao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tongyu shop, the other shops, I will arrange it, humph. If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shang Ji Bao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures shop, I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tongyu shop. Yuan Fong building, so it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Stand-alone pavilion, you two are esteemed guests, I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Fong Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Ugh. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that old thing was right, this is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position, and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration. So it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position, or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Fong Yuan clapped. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city, we cannot use force here. Even if Bai clan's people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near, our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry, let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shang clan city, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bone spear goo for a few more days, and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, first inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yanfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange, she came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan. But we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan elder Wei Yang reported. Shang Xinci did not speak, but sighed inwardly, oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman, I will not let down this daughter of mine. Shang Xinci sat in front of the table, looking at the rising steam of the tea, her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai, she learned of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader. A man with great authority, every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xinci was naturally intelligent, she quickly understood why Shang Yanfei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xinci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all, she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared. But it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door. Sire, can I come in? Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Chapter 267. Shang Yanfei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xinci sat by the table, motionless, not even moving her eyes. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table, his voice was extremely gentle. Sire, how are you feeling now? Shang Xinci was not an unruly person, she stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. Shang clan leader need not worry too much, I fainted because I was too emotional, I have recovered now, I can hear and see clearly, I am fine now. Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand, You are fine, sit down and talk. Shang Xinci only called him Shang clan leader, such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Shang Xinci sat down again, Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Shang Yanfei. Tell me, how have you been living these years? Shang Yanfei gently looked at Shang Xinci. I'm doing okay. Shang Xinci's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled, Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss. Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly. Shang Xinci rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Shang Yanfei suffered a setback but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the four of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir He Tu and Sir White Cloud, otherwise. Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Shang Yanfei memorized the two names, He Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled and said, From now on, you will live here, it is very safe. When you are free, you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well. Shang Yanfei could tell that Shang Yanfei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. Old Master is such a good person, although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all. Xiao Dai advised as she watched Shang Yanfei leave. I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything. Because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side. Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Shang Xinci's hand, and encouraged her. Shang Xinci nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. Oh my God, glory, splendor and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss. Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. You! Shang Xinci was angry and amused at the same time, she felt helpless towards Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled, her laughter slowly infected Shang Xinci, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair, his face was handsome, his eyes flickered with cold light, his habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless. For the position of clan leader, he had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Shang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit, even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by a third. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude, and while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Shang Yanfei, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed towards him. Tian Lan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Ci Air with all your heart. Understand? Shang Yanfei said coldly. Subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are around Lady Ci Air, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Ci Air may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, subordinate understands. Alright, you can go now. Subordinate takes her leave. Tian Lan was an orphan Shang Yanfei adopted, she was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun. Demonic Gu Master. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is true, I have to thank the two of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei called Wei Yang, go find these two, one is He Tu, the other is Bai Yun, a male and female, demonic Gu masters. Their appearance is Third Inner City. It has already been 3 days, have those two been living in Nanshou Garden? Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those Gu worms. Damn it. Shang Yazi gritted his teeth, his gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fang and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Shang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Shang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention, they could control one of Shangliang City's businesses, they had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Shang Yazi had already experienced the power of a young master, if he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die. Thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fang and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was 4th Inner City or 5th Inner City, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these two were staying in 3rd Inner City, even if Shang Yazi had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on, they are wasting time, but I can't. Looks like I have to go personally, humph. The more Shang Yazi thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nanshou Garden. Nanshou Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd Inner City, there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300, in a month, it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nanshou Garden's price, in 3rd Inner City, was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day. And some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay, you had to have a Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in Third Inner City, the prices were very high. When Shangye Zi brought his men to visit, Fang and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Shangye Zi snorted, and said in an indifferent tone, "You two sure are in a good mood, why didn't you go to other shops to ask?" "What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here, don't you think so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "You!" Shangye Zi was furious. Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, "I see that you two have it tough, forget it, 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now? 500,000 yuan stone? Hee, not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Fang Yuan glanced at Shangye Zi, before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Shangye Zi's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Fang Yuan, and threatened in a low voice, "You two demonic Gu masters, still pretending. I've already investigated your background, this inheritance was snatched from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young clan leaders. I advise you to stop while you're ahead, and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days, a Thai clan group has already arrived at Shangliang Mountain, and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen?" "Oh? Then go ahead and tell them." Fang Yuan laughed. "You!" Shangye Zi pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice?" "None. This is my territory, you better understand the situation." Right at this time, a light descended from the sky, turning into a Gu master. This Gu master looked around, and slightly bowed, saying to Fang and Bai, "Sirs He Tu and Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader, I invite you two to Second Inner City for a chat." What? Lord Father wants to meet them. Shangye Zi felt a bolt of lightning striking him, his eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Chapter 268. Shangye Zi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Shangye Zi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here, and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic Gu masters, and are wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father summon them? Shangye Zi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for 2 beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came. These 2 beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Shangye Zi dared to suppress Fang Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Shangye Zi had to take the risk. These 2 people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with father? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the 2 of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In Third Inner City, I have no chance. Now that I have father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these two bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Shang Yi's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time, it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us. What's the reason? Fang Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Fang Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Fang Yuan had always been inseparable. If Fang Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled, don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation, the clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Fang Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yi was anxious, he quickly said, 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled, sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yi's face turned pale, his mouth was dry, he looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading gaze, I was too impatient, please forgive me. The price can be negotiated, after you return, we can discuss in detail, we can have a good talk. Fang Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation, it would reduce some trouble. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded, if Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Shang Yi's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you. He quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Fang and Bai arrived at the second inner city. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious second inner city, but here, she was shocked and disappointed. The second inner city was mainly made of stone houses, it was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been, it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yang brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord clan leader has just come out of closed cultivation and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence, please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence, Wei Yang left, leaving Fang and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Fang Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself, gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here, where is he himself? Such arrogance. Fang Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry, can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, this was not like the usual Fang Yuan. This is strange, do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Fang Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously, did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted, I have been with you for a long time, you still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence, it makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it, standing up, all right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time, in First Inner City. In the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing Fang and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Shang Yanfei sat, testing his trusted aide. Wei Yang pondered, from what I can see, these two are demonic goo masters. According to the information, they are rank 3 peak stage at such a young age, their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, He Tu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yun, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Shang Yanfei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Shang Xinci, and had no interest in Fang and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Shang Yanfei had a rough impression of them. Demonic goo masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Shang Yanfei had a good impression of Fang and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting. Waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return. Waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed, there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look, when Wei Yang turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. What? You want us to come and go as you please? Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yang smiled, both of you are esteemed guests, how could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away? To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you too. I have already booked a banquet at Shi Tian restaurant, I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fang Yuan said, coincidentally, we are hungry, let's go fill our stomachs first. Shi Tian restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shang Clan City, occupying an entire floor of Third Inner City. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized goo masters as chefs, using special goo worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours, there were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yang, but Wei Yang was a cautious person and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Fang Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease, he drank too much, and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yang looked at Fang Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Fang Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yang sent the two back to Nanshou Garden. Chapter 269. On the second day, Wei Yang came to Nanshou Garden as expected, and invited Fang and Bai to tour Shangclan City. Our Shangclan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shangclan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shangliang mountain has been remodeled. Here, there are tens of thousands of shops, and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet, let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way please. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yang, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shangclan City is divided into first, second, third, fourth, fifth inner city, and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones, such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone, and so on. Wei Yang introduced. This is the food zone, there are many restaurants, and most have gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many gu masters have too many gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, a rank 1 gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the gu fighting zone. This is purely a gu fighting zone, gu masters cannot fight, and can only control their gu worms. If you too have a suitable gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shangclan City. Many gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here, you can find women, men, and even gu masters. Why, are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them, Bai Ningbing's horizons were broadened. Shangclan City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short and Shangclan City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Shangclan City. On the third day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are gu masters, and naturally know the difficulty of refining gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild gu worms, or gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength gu. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two, there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for gu masters to practice their gu worms. There was a double battle stage for gu masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Shangclan City. It was noisy here, and people were coming and going. Rank 3 gu masters were everywhere. Big brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd inner city. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank Big Brother Wei Yang for your guidance, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad, you can still do it without me. You are not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then, haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then, you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shang Clan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fong and Bai, the battle zone is a way for Shang Clan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City, and defended the arena for 18 rounds, before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yanfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan was a huge clan, and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shang Clan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic Gu masters. If this demonic Gu master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder, and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Gu master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic Gu masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan, and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic Gu masters. To rely on Shang Clan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone, this place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Alright, then let's experience it. Fong Yuan had already expected Shang Clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you, Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded, alright. Little Xiao continued, Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains, or desert, lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fong and Bai's opinion, esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here. What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fong and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. 3rd Inner City's battle zone, there were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager. Then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone, without wind, snow, rain, sand or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang, it's him. Although he only has B-grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular, his appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person, using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level, and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring, there is no need for that. Both of you, please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fong and Bai by himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage. I need to observe this battle carefully. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished. This was the first time he had seen a bone spear gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This gu is not bad, it has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered, activating his primeval essence, and the light armor became strong again. Here I come! He shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. It's here, Brother Wei's blade light gu. Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade light gu and sword shadow gu are equally famous, they are the rank 3 gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade light gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet, he stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy gu, flying bone shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time, 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing. Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. 2 blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into 2, and landed on the canopy gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Fang Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm, several spiral bone spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang. Chapter 270. Wei Yang was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral bone spear came crashing down. The spiral bone spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yang could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad, and have drilling power, they are only rank 2 gu after all, there is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 gu after all, there is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice, Wei Yang wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral bone spear can only restrain them, I do not have enough gu worms, to subdue them, I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was only 1 attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by gu worms, he only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei. Little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yang was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over, Wei Yang was at a disadvantage. He. At the crucial moment, Wei Yang laughed lightly instead. Seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral bone spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spider web-like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light goo. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent, this is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it. Seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured, but the enemy escaped so easily, from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena and was now facing Fong and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow light goo, Wei Yang could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow light goo was a rank 3 goo, it could allow a goo master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement type goo, it was known as the fastest. In contrast, between Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement goo. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at but not catch up to. In terms of movement, Rainbow Light Goo gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this goo was used, even though Fong and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the Rainbow Light Goo. Although it is only a rank 3 goo, in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 goo worms. It was so fast that the goo master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, one needs to use it together with the lightning thoughts goo or a flash of inspiration goo. Otherwise, by the time the goo master reacts, they would have already flown too far away, or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yang spoke, actually speaking about the rainbow light goo's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 goo, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness, I won't say it, you guys can guess. Is it because strength goo cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a goo master uses goo worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the rainbow light goo. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously, the light transformation would fail, destroying the rainbow light goo. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Ah. Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her. What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly, but said apologetically, please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead, she gritted her teeth, don't call me that either. Oh, then. Sir Bai Yun. Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing, then sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fong Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fong and Bai. Facing such speed, Fong and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held two blades of light, slashing towards Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fong Yuan gave a light shout, not dodging, he activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again! Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on, and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively, other than the first time, his fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength. Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped, laughing, if you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo, it is a support type goo, its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms, I'm done, I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists, thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the third general under Lord Shang Yanfei, people call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly, she was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that Bai Ningbing called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side, Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. Ha, after I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Ha ha ha, Brother He too is a straightforward person. This time, it was my fault, next time, I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big Brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly, I will treat you to wine today. Little Brother Xiao, come too, tell me more about Big Brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant, the prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me, I will treat you. Big Brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared, how can that be? Little Xiao is half a host, you two are guests, let Little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while, all right. You treat this time, I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand, after I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Shangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and Little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted, and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. Hei Tu and Bai Yun are just fake names. My real name is Guyue Fangzheng, she is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it, and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yan was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name. This was a heart-to-heart gesture. Chapter 271. Guyue Fangzheng. Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shang Yanfei frowned. Guyue's surname was very special. Shang Yanfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shang Yanfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night, it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between goo masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event, and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the goo master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yanfei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. If so, then Guyue Fangzheng's origin can be explained. Mubei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter. There are no suspicions. Shang Yanfei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then, there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yanfei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Shang Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, heavenly talent. In time, these 2 will definitely surpass me. Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation? Shang Yanfei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing, although they use goo worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude. Shang Yanfei laughed, but Wei Yang, you have to know, a great aptitude is only a type of talent, it does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B-grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? Hehe, you are the best proof. In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Shang clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic goo masters. Demonic goo masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain, they had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing goo. I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise, this subordinate does not dare to accept it. Wei Yang humbly replied, this subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these 2 are not ordinary people. The 2 of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their goo worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 goo worms, they manage to persist for so long, it is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the 2 of them are very resilient, even in a disadvantageous situation, they were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves, their coordination became better, their footing became more stable, their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guiyue Fangzheng has a straightforward nature, peerless courage, he can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp. Especially Guiyue Fangzheng, after I said that I have the light source Gu, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill, and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One yang and one yin, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming, they are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars, reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang clan, it would be a great thing. Shang Yanfei was moved. Earlier, he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years, I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself, even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise, with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it, if there is a rebirth Gu, I will help you keep it. Shang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a Gu master's aptitude, it was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red, this subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. Shang Yanfei will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts towards Shang clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanqiu Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Shang Yazi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yazi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity. But the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today, you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment? Shang Yazi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper, and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the Third General, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions, most of the time, did not represent himself, but Shang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Shang Yazi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. He was just a young master, his influence was limited to Shang Clan City. He did not have as much influence as Shang Yanfei. Without any results, Shang Yazi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan, but Shang clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage, they wanted to join Shang clan, and they were all good fighters. Even Father did not like them, why would he like them? Anyway, Shang Yazi could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was Father's illegitimate son? That Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader, wasn't he Father's illegitimate son? But when Shang Yazi thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important, once Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him. Shang Yazi thought hard, but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Fong and Bai. Often, the unknown was the scariest. Fong Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Shang Yi was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Shang Yi's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Fong Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan Young Master? After all, only Shang Clan Young Masters can compete for the Young Clan leader position. When Shang Yi heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Fong Yuan was threatening him, he was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yi wanted to chop Fong Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of Young Master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss, and my evaluation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus, I cannot buy it at this price. Fong Yuan had expected Shang Yi to say this, his lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality, you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Shang Yi's expression changed, staring at Fong Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Fong Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe, that is the same thing. But you are kind and generous, you think I am an upright person, so you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Shang Yi looked at Fong Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chapter 272. Shang Yi left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Fong Yuan that this was an important matter, he needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Fong Yuan had already seen through this person, he knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now, he could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Shang Yi appeared in front of Fong Yuan with a haggard face. I agree, we will do as you said, we have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Fong Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Shang Yi. Shang Yi raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Fong Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff. Shang Yi breathed out heavily. When he was considering, he was in a dilemma, it was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. All right, I have prepared the contract, take a look. Fong Yuan handed over a document. Shang Yi took a look and stared angrily at Fong Yuan, slamming the table and shouting, 950,000? You actually raised the price again. Last time, you said 800,000, it has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000? You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard! Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Fong Yuan was calm, he smiled. It has been 3 days, the price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Shang Yi's veins were bulging, he jumped up from his seat. You think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body, young master. This is not a small inheritance, it concerns your position as a young master. Think about it, every year, a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Fong Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Shang Yi immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Fong Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus, he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Shang Yi slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while, before nodding, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison vow gu. Fong Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What, are you afraid? Without the poison vow gu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done, there is no room for discussion. Shang Yi's attitude was firm. Fong Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Fong Yuan stretched out his left hand. Shang Yi revealed a smile, summoning the poison vow gu. The poison vow gu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger. It had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable gu. It flew to Fong Yuan's left index finger and bit it. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Fong Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Fong Yuan stored most of the yuan stone in the primeval elder gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him and in the tusita flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan, I had 50 to 60 yuan stone at most. But now, I have close to 1 million. Fong Yuan compared it to his memories, and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something, you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yang brought Shang Yanfei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has arranged a family banquet and ordered me to invite you. Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 273. This small courtyard was where Shang Yanfei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant, it was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard, forming a circle. It was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chao Feng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qiu Nyo was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big Brother's words are reasonable, but when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pu Lao added. Shang Chao Feng snickered, but Shang Qiu Niu closed his eyes again. Shang Pu Lao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels, he was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The three's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was in front, followed by Fong and Bai. Fong and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to clan leader back then. When he was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord Clan Leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After Clan Leader succeeded, to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, so the 3 young masters have arrived. Shang Qiu Niu, Shang Chao Feng and Shang Pu Lao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yan Fei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These 2 are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qiu Niu and the other 2 looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these 2 people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued, let me introduce, this is Shang Qiu Niu, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the 4th son of the clan leader, Shang Chao Feng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Paleo, he's in charge of all the brothels in the romance district. Shang Qiu Niu had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Chao Feng had messy hair and a high nose bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Paleo was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Qiu Niu greets the 2 esteemed guests. Shang Qiu Niu cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yang did not introduce Fong and Bai. The 3 young masters were astute people, they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. The 3 young masters are right, I am He Tu, this is my companion Bai Yun. Fong Yuan introduced. These 2 names were clearly fake. This made the 3 young masters even more uncertain of Fong and Bai's origins. They could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Pai Xiu, who was in charge of the gambling stone, Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop, Shang Fu Shi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Bai Shi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yazi, whom Fong Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fong and Bai. When these young masters saw Fong and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down. The more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin, he had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. He was Shang Bai Shi, in charge of Shang Clan city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order, they were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Bai she sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei wore a white robe this time, the corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. "We greet Lord Father." The young masters stood up and half knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. "Lord Tribe Leader." Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. "Sit." Shang Yanfei reclined on the wide-back chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box gu. Shang Yanfei's unique rank 5 gu used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Fang Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guyua village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Etian Mountains suddenly rose up, demonic path gu masters formed an alliance. Their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Etian Mountain. Tenth son Shang Bai Shi had a short and fat body, and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Fang Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength, he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Bai Shi later married into Tai clan, and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shueleng. 13th son Shang Fu Shi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Etian Mountain, he offered many plans, causing the demonic gu masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Pai Xiu, he was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in southern border. "Father, sorry, I came late." While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Qiwen, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yanfei also raised his cup, facing Fang and Bai. "Thank you both for protecting Xinci along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter." Chapter 274. Daughter? The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yazi came to a realization, slapping his forehead, so it was like this. Because of this, father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yazi looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. "Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath." At once, the courtyard was silent. Shang Yanfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Fang Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me." "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked at him, nodding, "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you two on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." Zhang Xinci. Bai Ningbing blurted out. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, he, she is no longer surnamed Zhang, but Shang. You two saved my daughter's life, you are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus, you are worthy to toast to our family. Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female gu master Tian Lan was dressed like a servant. After opening the door, she returned to Shang Xinci's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xinci let out a breath of turbid air. Under everyone's gaze, she walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Fong and Bai. It really is her. The moment she saw Shang Xinca, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size, she was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Shang Xinca, but towards Fong Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Shang Xinca appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Fong Yuan's true motive. Zhang Xinci was Shang Xinci, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once, Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged, waves of shock rose in her heart. Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun, why are you here? Shang Xinci stared at Fong Yuan, her eyes shining. Sire, I said I would give you a surprise, right? Shang Yanfei smiled warmly. Shang Xinci bowed, thank you father, this is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan. After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. After these days, she accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. Even though Shang Xinci still had resentment and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian like. Shang Xinci was, Tian is of God. Xian Tian is father, one. And is. Shang Xinci turned around and explained to Fong Yuan with a panicked expression, Brother He Tu, I did not lie to you on purpose. Before, she said, she other than to mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you. These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Shang Xinci doesn't know her identity. Why? Why does Fong Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Fong Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart, she could not see him clearly. Now, the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened, Fong Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. So that's why, I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border. Whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision-makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, reaching the peak of the mortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Shang Yanfei was an experienced person, he knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Shang Xinci. Now that Shang Xinci's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. Come, sit beside me. Shang Yanfei patted the seat below him and said. Yes. Shang Xinci answered, looking deeply at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Shang Xinci walked over and sat beside Shang Yanfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children, they all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Shang Tuahai did not receive such treatment. Alright, sit down. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, looking at Fong and Bai. He spoke, Guyue Fongzheng, Bai Ningbing, you two saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this, tell me what you want, as the clan leader of Shang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you. The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Fong and Bai. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, the promise of one of southern border's overlords, it was as important as a mountain. But Fong Yuan shook his head, Lord clan leader, we only protected young lady Shang Xinci because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid, we are even. When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Shang Fushi quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Fong and Bai saved Shang Yanfei's daughter. Shang Yanfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Shang clan? If Shang clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Shang Xinci saw that Fang Yuan did not want the reward. She became anxious and said to Shang Yanfei, "Lord Father, actually, big brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey." Shang Yanfei was an astute person. Before Shang Xinci finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Fang and Bai. He nodded. "Since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude." Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Shang Clan City, under the watchful eyes of the public, and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Fang Yuan shook his head again. "To speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone." "Oh, is that so?" Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi's heart skipped a beat in fright, his mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Shang Yanfei not know about Shang Yizi's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Shang Yizi was his son. Although he violated Shang clan's rules, as long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood, obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Shang Yanfei took the chance to give Shang Yizi a warning, and then, he suggested another reward. Shang Xinci only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. Chapter 275. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuanshi, so he suggested another plan. "The two of you are wanted by Bai clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think?" Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. "Why didn't I think of getting rid of brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be putting Shang clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Tian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a set of Gu worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's thank you plan, in Shang Xinci's opinion, was the most important. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. "Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shang Yanfei, Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yan Fei for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shang Yanfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you, even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute, that is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing and cursed Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinc's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, Brother Fangzheng is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Fang Yuan did not speak, and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangzheng, please follow us. Fang Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then, they waited for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a white dress and a white veil. She was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing, especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, "This is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body, use the essence and change into a white robe, otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything, the hot water is already prepared, it is in the inner room, please go ahead." The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were two large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were two mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, "All of you leave, I will bathe myself." This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These four were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou loved cleanliness, if she chased away the maids. She was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. "The two of us don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself." Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right, one of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. "Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued, "I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Su Shou's name long ago, in the southern border, she, Nine-Fingered Wandering Doctor, Divine Hand Doctor and Killer Doctor are known as the four great doctors. You can ask her about the Yin-Yang rotation gu later." Yin-Yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly, what was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xinci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess Spring-Autumn Cicada, that was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight-type gu, and can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has, and what rank it is. No doubt Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight-type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even foresight results were messy and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, will this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot but felt her limbs turning cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, with a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart, "What are you going to do?" By Ning Bing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight-type goo. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But in fact, Fong Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. Once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just two wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position, and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour. Only then did the servant girls stop. Fong Yuan wore the prepared white shirt, and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fong Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fong Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fong Yuan was unfathomable, and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem. But Fong Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fong Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fong Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him, and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fong Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fong Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fong Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fong Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fong Yuan clenched his teeth, the numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly, he grew new and tender skin, the burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she drove away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean?" "Ha!" At this moment, the door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fong Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head, "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation goo." "Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fong Yuan, "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangzheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." To think that Brother Fangzheng is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, do you?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again. You, I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fangzheng, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good?" Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea." Chapter 276. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuanshi, so he suggested another plan. "The two of you are wanted by Bai Clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think?" Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. "Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang Clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai Clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai Clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang Clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang Clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Tian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai Clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a complete set of goo worms and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai Clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai Clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's plan was very important to Shang Xinci. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai Clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai Clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fong Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. To think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Fong Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei did not mind at all. In his eyes, Fong Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fong Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yanfei for your good intentions. Fong Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shang Yanfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you, even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fong Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute, that is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing, cursing Fong Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinc's palms were sweating, worrying for Fong Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, Brother Fangzheng is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Fong Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangzheng, please follow us. Fong Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff, what injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fong Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then, they were here, waiting for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure, her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fong Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing, especially you, little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shangclan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Fong Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, "This is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence and change into a white robe, otherwise Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything, the hot water is already prepared, it is in the house, please go ahead." The two entered the house, and sure enough, there were two large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were two mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, "All of you leave, I will bathe myself." This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These four were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou was very clean. If she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves, and would not treat them. "We don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself." Fong Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, he left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right, the two maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fong Yuan's body. Her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move, she hesitated. Fong Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. "Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shangclan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face." Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fong Yuan continued, "I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Su Shou's name long ago, in the southern border, she, Nine-Fingered Wandering Doctor, Divine Doctor, and Killer Doctor are known as the four great doctors. You can ask her about the Yin-Yang rotation gu later." Yin-Yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, it was Fong Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fong Yuan said it so openly, what was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shang Xinci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fong Yuan, this guy, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess Spring-Autumn Cicada, that was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a gu with foresight ability. Fong Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu, he can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai Gu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has, and what rank it is. No doubt Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fong Yuan, she could not help but think, would this method of mine be foreseen by Fong Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fong Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fong Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fong Yuan's whisper in her heart, "What are you going to do?" Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight type goo. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning, but the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just two wooden tubs, it was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled, the more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him, he stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured, the numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon, he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she chased away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean?" "Ah!" At this moment, the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this, she pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head, "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation goo. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan, "As for you, why are you still here, go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fang Zheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place. To think Brother Fang Zheng is such a talented person. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at best he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie, with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, right? Fang Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment is not enough. If Shang clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for, you push away. Brother Fangzheng, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, this is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out, the token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, he would use Wei Yang's mouth. Token? Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. Although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing, Brother, you and I are like old friends, how can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash, I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier, so a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token, he had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yang to ruin his plans. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, he did not think further. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized, with Shang Clan's words on the front and Shangliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another goo. This is Shang Clan's special token goo. I need some of your blood. The goo worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack! With a crisp sound, the token goo self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the red bud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a goo worm was used as a token, other goo masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a goo worm. It only contained the token goo's power. As time passed, the token goo's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang Clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic goo master, they looked down on him, but now, they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ningbing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes, there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans, like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan. And Bai Ningbing's status was similar. In a short while, he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ningbing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ningbing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament, it was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. can I still call you brother He Tu? When they parted, Shang Xinc's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xinci blinked and said softly, Brother He Tu's injuries have healed, it is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He Tu now has the Red Bud token, you can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He Tu staying at Nanshou Garden? Shang Xinci spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, I live in Nanshou Garden. If you have time, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big, we can walk around together. Shang Xinc's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side, shouting happily, I've been cooped up at home these past few days, I'm about to die of boredom. Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then, Shang Yanfei left with Shang Xinci. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanshou Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. Happy about what? Humph, you already know the answer, do you really want me to say it? Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say, it would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing, even though I want to cut you into pieces, I admire your methods. She paused for a moment before continuing, a straightforward person does not beat around the bush, how can you give me the Yanggu? Hee hee. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly, Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shang Xinc's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus, Fang Yuan said, you and I are both smart people, if we were in each other's shoes, what would you do? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes, her gaze was as sharp as a blade, I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death, let's see who can gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, you're right, I've been thinking about it these days, we both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits? Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, how about this, protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Yanggu to you. Pfft. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered, you think I am an idiot like Shang Yi? Rank 5 peak stage, to think you dare to say that. They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. Bai Ningbing, don't be so ungrateful, I saved your life. If not for my Yinggu, your soul would have returned to Qingmao Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting, humph, if not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Baigu Mountain, that time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life? The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly, they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. What's your plan now? After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. Stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, we have the token and Yuan Stone now, it is enough to make a set of goo worms. You fought with that Wei Yang, a goo master needs to have a complete set of goo worms to have power. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted, at most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Bai Goo Mountain, you have to give me half of your Yuan stone. Fang Yuan nodded, alright, let's make a promise by clapping hands. Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously saying, do you think I am an idiot, making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison vow goo, do you understand? Fang Yuan continued to nod, no problem, let's use the poison vow goo. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued, from now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70, if there are any goo worms, I will have the priority to choose, and I will compensate you with Yuan stone. You have to agree to this condition, it is already my bottom line. Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief, this was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning, especially after today's matter. Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370, it was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370, let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the Yanggu. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day, the first thing they did was to buy the poison vow goo. The poison vow goo was a rank 3 goo, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in 3rd Inner City sold it. The original price was 4,500 yuan stone, and at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 yuan stone, obtaining the poison vow goo. The 9 tokens corresponded to different goo, and each had a corresponding discount. I will refine it this time. Bai Ningbing directly took the poison vow goo. She was very careful, she wanted to refine the poison vow goo personally, and was afraid that Fang Yuan would do something to it. This poison vow goo was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this goo for her own use. Does your shop sell primeval elder goo? Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head, and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the primeval elder goo was a rare rank 3 goo, and was usually only sold in auctions. But Fang and Bai had the purple thorn token, as long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yang had already brought Fang and Bai to the auction area in 3rd Inner City. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the primeval elder goo. We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye, we will split the cost of the poison vow goo. This primeval elder goo's cost will also be deducted from your share. Fang Yuan reminded. I will not haggle with you over such minor details. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly, and did not care about money. She even looked down on Fang Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden, and used the poison vow goo. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's primeval elder gu. Fang Yuan lost half of his wealth, but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the Yang gu. Both sides were wary of each other, and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly. Seeing Fang Yuan's ugly expression, she could not help but feel happy. These days, she did not provide any help to Fang Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Fang Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity gu to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity gu, it would become Fang Yuan's, and could only be used by him. Fang Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage, his primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use the Yuan stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the man-beast life burial gu. But now, it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the man-beast life burial gu, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Fang Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall's surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack crack, the crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning ranked 6 gu immortals, rank 3 gu masters were already the core strength, and whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmao Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qingmao Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade, and his future is bright. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment, he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow-silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Fang Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull goo, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick, he had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder goo. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Fang Yuan took half of the yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil, it was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy goo and yang goo were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy goo was like a giant ladybug, its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The yang goo was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital goo was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these goo in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity goo, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Fang Yuan's wrist. In his palm, there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue, there was the Tusita flower imprint. In his left ear, there was the breath concealment goo. On his feet, there was the jumping grass goo. The fleshbone goo was obtained by Bai Ningbing, it was returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder goo that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Fang Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in Bai Ningbing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the goo worms that Fang Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will become lesser. Blood skull goo is almost useless to me, it is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline, it is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then, Guyue's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed, it is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good goo from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang clan, even if I have the purple thorn token. I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the Tusita flower, there are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment goo has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength goo, to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shang clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. The goo on him were pieced together, they were not a complete set. And they were lacking, it would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shang clan city, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years, he had to form a complete set of goo worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time, it would be the 3 kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Etian Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate, with the advantage of Fang Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shang Yan Fei stopped writing, raising his head. Wei Yang, Sit, there are only the two of us here, no need to be so restrained. Thank you, clan leader, for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Xiang Yanfei laughed, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage, and I was only a Shang clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted, I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord clan leader is wise and mighty, Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. He, although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Xiang Yanfei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Xiang Yanfei's meaning, but he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Xiang Yanfei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation gu. It seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangzheng can work for our Shang clan. Wei Yang was enlightened, this subordinate understands. Good, you may leave. Xiang Yanfei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Xiang Yanfei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Fang and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shang Xinci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good. According to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old, they had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants, they were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans, they had deep righteous path imprints. Xiang Yanfei had been in charge of Shang clan for so many years, he had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Fang and Bai. But Xiang Yanfei did not want to recruit Fang and Bai for himself, but for Shang Xinci. He opened his eyes, and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Xiang Yanfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later, he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar, and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber. Using the yang carving technique, it was very lifelike. Xiang Yanfei came to the door, looking at the vermilion door. He said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep, is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Xiang Yanfei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up, you are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind, causing Xiang Yanfei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange treasures. The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Xiang Yanfei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances, as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship." How many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me? Xiang Yanfei's forehead started to turn black. Then what should I call you? Little Yan Yan, Little Yan Fei, Little Yan Zi. Xiang Yanfei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business, I am really here to exchange treasures. Oh. The huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested, getting back to business so quickly. It is so hard to find you to talk to, I am bored to death. Xiang Yanfei sighed, I am very busy, living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shang clan leader, I am no longer the same as before. Sigh, never mind, every Shang clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests, I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long, the loneliness is unbearable. Living treasure door sighed faintly. You are a door, and you say you are unbearable? Can't you just sleep? Xiang Yanfei's forehead was filled with black lines. Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone. Living treasure door started to complain. I am not here to listen to your complaints, get back to business, get back to business. Xiang Yanfei coughed. Oh, then get back to business. Living treasure door's expression turned solemn, you can exchange treasures. But I have a condition. It dragged its tone. Xiang Yanfei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned, what condition, don't tell me it is. Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it. That's right, I want you to pick my nose, pick my nose. Living treasure door shouted excitedly. Pick my nose, shit. The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Xiang Yanfei's forehead bulged, bastard, you're playing this game again. My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands, so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful. Ah. Little Fei Fei, my good friend, please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger. The living treasure door sang in a poetic tone. Hey, stop before you go too far. Xiang Yanfei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The living treasure door snorted lightly, with a look of what can you do to me? Then, it began to recite, pick your nose. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I picked my nose, good baby. His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Xiang Yanfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead, the sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting, I'll help you, all right? Xiang Yanfei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 Gu Master, the leader of Shang clan, he could do nothing against the living treasure door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang clan's predecessors, this was the work of a rank 5 and above Gu immortal. Oh yeah! The living treasure door let out a cheer of victory, before shouting impatiently, come, I can't wait anymore. Xiang Yanfei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm, there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment, he activated his primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5, Blood Handprint Goo. Anything that was hit by this goo, be it birds, beasts, insects or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Xiang Yanfei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy the living treasure door's eccentricity, picking his nose. The huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the living treasure door's nostril. The living treasure door groaned in comfort, good, like this. Oh, so refreshing, go deeper, right, go deeper. Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing, little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. Ah, tch. The living treasure door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was hurricane wind pepper, a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was sorrow soil, it was extremely rare and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 goo. The blue one was ice heart, only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was grass skirt goo, a rank 5 goo that had no defensive power, but after the goo master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free primeval energy in the air and quickly replenish the primeval essence in the aperture. Alright, my breathing is smooth again, these boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat any more, it's too disgusting. After the living treasure door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shang Yen Fei kept all these things into his bag, and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course, of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shang Yen Fei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven goo, this goo has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This goo is very expensive, little Fei Fei, although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this goo, you need to take out a more valuable goo and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shang Yen Fei's forehead were bulging, he took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red blood lines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this goo and immediately exclaimed in shock. You want to give up blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo worms. Didn't you want to collect the blood sea true inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shang Yen Fei sighed helplessly. There are countless blood sea inheritances, the true inheritances are hidden among them, it is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shang clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven goo. I cannot give up on the more valuable goo worms I have, I can only temporarily give up blood handprint goo. When there is a chance, I will exchange it back. Shang Yen Fei's goo worms mostly came from the blood sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shang Xin entered Shang Clan City, she was immediately sensed by him. Alright, since you have made your decision. Living treasure door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Gulp. With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint goo into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color, its radiance was restrained, the top part was round, but the bottom part was split, like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it, once we leave the treasure realm, in 3 breaths of time, this goo will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living treasure door urged. Shang Yen Fei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence and refining the man triumphing heaven goo. With this goo, Ci Air will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude-raising goo to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fong and Bai and use them as her wings. Ci Air, I will make you happy, and in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shang Yen Fei kept the man triumphing heaven goo in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving, living treasure door. He said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon. Accompany me for a chat, it is too boring to stay here alone. Living Treasure Door said anxiously. But with a flash of blood flame, Shang Yen Fei disappeared. Ah, this rascal. He left me alone again, so pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living Treasure Door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served, the atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, Brother Xiao Yen, come, let's drink another cup. Fong Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ningbing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiao Yen raised their cups at the same time, the three cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Fong Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiao Yen did it first. This time, he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that Brother Fongjing actually saved Shang Clan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token, TSK, I am really envious. Xiao Yen was a cheerful and honest person, he did not hide his envy towards Fong Yuan. He had lived in Shang Clan City for many years, he knew the value of the Purple Thorn Token. Wei Yang put down his cup, I wonder what you two plan to do next. Fong Yuan answered, we are going to stay in Shang Clan City for a while, we will exchange our useless goo worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct, even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Fong and by staying meant there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, use, refinement, these were the three main aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound, the knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Fong Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start, we are family, no need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking, from the big picture, goo masters are split into 9 ranks, rank 1 to 5 become mortals, rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of goo masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched, even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals, let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage, you have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important, during this period, you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop, you will have great achievements in the future. When a goo master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 goo masters are clan elders. During this period, the goo master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of goo worms. To become a logistics goo master, the goo worms have to be storage-type goo worms. To become an investigative goo master, the goo worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the goo master can choose to deduce goo worms in this aspect, and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect lightning thoughts goo, immortal guidance goo, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing goo masters were doctors, they had high status. Storage goo masters were logistics goo masters, every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement goo master, his core goo worm was rainbow light goo. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, goo masters specialized in refinement, they had goo worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the goo worm's will. For example, insect-catching goo masters, they specialized in finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, at rank 3, goo masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications, goo masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Fang and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development? Attack! Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Fang and Bai's choice. He continued, next, we need to choose goo worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of goo worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, the goo worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo expended a lot of primeval essence. Wei Yang used light source goo to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar goo worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of goo worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type goo will be the core. All the other goo worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example, he chose the pellet fire goo as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one goo into two to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous goo to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source goo to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel goo as his movement type goo. Wei Yang patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan pretended to have a bitter expression, Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yang did not mind, haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what goo worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yang turned to Fang and Bai and said, even if all your goo worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive goo to use as the core? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many goo worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage, I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ningbing directly said the name of a goo, Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo. Frost Demon Goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a Frost Demon, and Bai Ningbing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Gyue Qingshu, the Frost Demon Goo was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo and Ice Crystal Goo are the three most popular transformation type goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Woman Goo are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suitable for males. As for Fangzheng, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yang shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. Why? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related goo are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out, and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth, I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of yuan stone. Most demonic goo masters lack capital, and use Strength Path as a springboard. But Brother Fangzheng, you have the purple thorn token and hundreds of thousands of yuan stone, you don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief, it was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yan also smiled, listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo, and choose Ice Crystal Goo. At the side, Bai Ningbing also made up her mind. Ah! Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because ice crystal goo is suitable for men, I chose it. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you Brother Wei for your suggestion, but I like strength path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, but if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha ha ha, only with difficulty can there be a challenge, only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing strength path was Fong Yuan's plan, it was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. You too. Xiao Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say. You two need to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans, I have made up my mind. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Fong Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Fong Yuan, he was simply messing around. Treating his future as a joke, he should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking, this was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiao Yan, Fong and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 ice crystal goo. Fong Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength goo, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make ice crystal goo your vital goo? After leaving the shop, Fong Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ningbing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage, one more step and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 goo worms in advance. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression solemn, I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100%, and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence, and could nourish the aperture more easily, allowing Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover faster. Fong Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the Yanggu in my hands. Maybe you can go to Feng Yu Manor to inquire, they specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me. Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fong Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Fong Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Fong Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things, do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them, our shop has them. Very good, prepare one for me, immediately. Yes. A moment later, he walked out from the back door of the shop, following another path, going down to the gambling area. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin, the surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish, like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fong Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some goo masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some goo masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third inner city. Most of the goo masters here were rank 3 goo masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den, with people coming and going, there would be some goo masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary goo worm in this counter? Fong Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The goo masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a goo master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this goo master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many goo masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The goo master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the Goo Master bought this stone, and cut it open in front of everyone. Then, the legendary Goo appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Fong Yuan's previous life. And now, this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet. And Fong Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. "Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones?" A shop assistant walked over. He saw Fong Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, "More or less." If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. "Noob. Easy to trick." The shop assistant's smile became brighter. "Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good, and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests." "Oh? Go ahead." Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. "Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created?" The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Fong Yuan to reply, he answered himself, "As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence, thus he created many new Goo worms that do not exist in nature. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, they do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some Goo worms are heavily injured, or do not have food, they can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the Goo worm, and are affected by the law fragments in the Goo worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Fong Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, "Yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones." The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more Goo masters there were. Many Goo masters were picking stones, or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance, "Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry, and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there?" "Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type Goo. These Goo contain the laws of the movement of the stars, thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type Goo, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart Goo, thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart. Or the star arrow bone, the stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor Goo, the stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having Goo worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a Goo inside, and the higher the rank of the Goo worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher." "Yes, that is true." Fong Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, "Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters, with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized goo worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have goo, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the goo. By then, it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock. Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Fang Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mudskin toad's tenacious vitality, and of course, Fang Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely, as it could kill the living goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Fang Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Fang Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Fang Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. "Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me." But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "Purple thorn token? Oh my God!" Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Fang Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fang Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop." Fang Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked, "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these goo?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount, only 650 yuan stone. I know, the rules of the gambling den, first pay, then open the stones." Fang Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder goo. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. "Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma out." He then turned to Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den, please move aside." The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some young Gu masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. "Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out?" The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special grade stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. "It's just some low-grade rocks." The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, "The visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you." "What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick! What are you waiting for?" The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special grade stubborn stones? Fong Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Fong Yuan's identity? But Fong Yuan only watched from afar and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess, it seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Fong Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones, cutting the inferior stones for the old masters? This is simply an insult to them. But a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were rank 2 peak stage, only the division master was rank 3. For a moment, all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin and are not as simple as they seem. I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First, he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then, he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light and he took out the shrunken stone. Then, he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow, there wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now, he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Feng Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Feng Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today, I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Feng Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Feng Yuan. Only when Feng Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Feng Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly, he had to go through some trouble. If Feng Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Feng Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Feng Yuan did not doubt Shang clan's enormous power. Shang Yanfei had just investigated him, he must have known that Feng Yuan got the Mudskin Toad in Jia clan's caravan. If Feng Yuan gambled twice, once he got the Mudskin Toad, and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yanfei was an astute person, how could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shang Yanfei suspected that Feng Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved, and even make a move. Feng Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms. Especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if spring-autumn cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Feng Yuan was a cautious person, how could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose spring-autumn cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Feng Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days, I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Feng Yuan thought along the way, as he walked back to Nanshou Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu building. I was waiting for you. Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Feng Yuan. Fong Yuan used spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate, and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fong Yuan also walked into another secret room, and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Fong Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately, a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. It was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass, go. Fong Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first, but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Fong Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Fong Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next, he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake, before finally stopping, and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance, it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it, but it can make people vomit. Goo, Fong Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms, like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo, and of course, there were also disgusting looking, smelling, and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart goo. It. Goo goo goo. Goo goo Fong it refined, it goo goo. And it was. Fong Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fong Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo, its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fong Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fong Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo, and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing. But those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him, this was not a talent, but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fong Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated, and condensed back to its original state. Fong Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state, and was in danger of dissipating. Fong Yuan did not panic, he calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fong Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size, and started to let out light blue, dark green and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice, "Eat shit, eat shit." The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed, this goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fong Yuan did not dare to be slow, he activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green and pink lights, Fong Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. Eat shit, the smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison vow goo phantoms. Fong Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, the poison vow goo let out a sharp cry of unwillingness, before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow goo. After chewing, the poison vow goo was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fong Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a 3-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fong Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison vow goo? He, trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words goo appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper goo and replaced the poison vow goo. Even the going one's word goo could not break it. But without the breaking words goo, 100 years later, confusion black and white goo appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper goo. Poison vow goo, breaking words goo, black and white paper goo, confusion black and white goo, these were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this, there was, and after this, there would still be. Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience, he was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison vow gu. Once the poison vow gu's binding was gone, Fong Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison vow gu's power. This way, against the two of them, Fong Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yi is a petty person, I took advantage of him, he will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan, I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp, I can make use of her in the short term, I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days, I have split half of my yuan stone. I have bought many gu, spending tens of thousands of yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nanchou Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, gu worm food and so on, only have 420,000 yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fong Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of gu worms, this amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 gu worms had a market price of around 500 yuan stone. Rank 2 gu worms ranged from 500 to 1000 yuan stone. Rank 3 gu worms ranged from 1000 yuan stone to 10,000 yuan stone. Rank 4 gu worms ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 gu worms ranged from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Rank 6 gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary gu worms. Some rare gu, like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 gu, had the price of a rank 2 gu. And relic gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic gu's price was around 2,000 yuan stone. Red steel relic gu rose to 8,000, silver relic gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic gu neared 300,000. Fong Yuan only had 420,000 yuan stone, he could not afford 2 yellow gold relic gu. Relic gu were natural gu, they could not be refined by gu masters. Most of the time, money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shangclan City for 2 to 3 years, 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shangclan City was bustling, the competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability, you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fong Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding, he had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed, he had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fong and Bai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fong and Bai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals, they did not want to depend on others, and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand, wasn't he like this in the past? Thus, he did not directly invite Fong and Bai. To put it bluntly and be rejected by Fong and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless, he had already formulated a plan to make Fong and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes, for matters like recruitment, both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fong and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them, and win openly and openly. He was very confident in this. What do gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic gu masters, Wei Yang was once a demonic gu master, he had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic Gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from yuan stone, Gu worms and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the Gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, Gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes, they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2, to rank 3, he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar, the more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yan Fei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fong and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fong Zheng take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy, and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fong Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fong Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fong Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fong Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today, he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fong Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get yuan stone. The more spectators, the more yuan stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time, test the power of your Gu worms. That way, you can adjust accordingly. Fong Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fong Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fong Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier, you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about, the bustling noises entered Fong Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop Gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start, let's go watch. These two are using strength path, it is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiao De and Xiao Er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself, he led the way for Fang Yuan as he said, you need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th inner city to advance to 4th inner city. In 4th inner city's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd inner city. What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels, the lowest level is in 5th inner city, the middle level is in 4th inner city, and the highest level is in 3rd inner city. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage, you have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th inner city's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious, with my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy, Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by 2 Gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, this is the special reception area, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall, with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Yue Fangzheng's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information gu. This gu was like a vine, with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 gu, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shangclan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shangclan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shangclan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply, Shangclan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it, are you interested in a battle today, to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area, the receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m., the location is at the 5th battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man, how high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage, this was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation, it was a good sign. Fong Yuan walked in. The fifth battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fong Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang, who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay Yuan stone. Fong Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang! A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fong Yuan. Jumping grass. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.